I think we need our team.
As much as I'm waiting with anticipation.
Hang on. Is this is the markup, right?
This is the Health Committee.
This is the right notebook, right?
Yes, that's it.
The Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions will please come to order. Senator Sanders reminded me it's the Health Committee, but I actually had that down, Bernie. President Trump is focused on delivering the most pro-worker administration in history. To do this, he needs officials with strong experience and a commitment to put workers first. The nominees before us are aligned with the President's vision. It confirmed to the National Labor Relations Board, Mr. Jim Murphy and Ms. Crystal Carey will prioritize workers and ensure that their rights are protected under federal law. They'll restore stability for both workers and employers and work to clear the backlog of cases left by the Biden administration. As Assistant Secretary for Policy at the Department of Labor, Mr. Rosario Palmieri will work with Congress to modernize the Department of Labor, creating greater flexibility for states to administer workforce programs. If confirmed as DOL Inspector General, Congressman Anthony D'Esposito will help drive President Trump's mission to reform the federal bureaucracy and eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse. These nominees have demonstrated they are committed to implementing President Trump's pro-worker, pro-family agenda. I proudly support their nominations and urge colleagues to do the same. With that, I recognize Senator Sanders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today we will be considering 4 of President Trump's labor nominees. I will be voting against all of them. President Trump's strong anti-union, anti-worker agenda will only be made worse by these nominees if they are confirmed. But first, let me thank the chairman for removing the nomination of Boeing's Chief Labor Counsel, Scott Mayer, to be a member of the National Labor Relations Board. As I think many of us remember or know, for more than 2 months, 3,200 machinists in St. Louis, Missouri, have been out on strike against the unacceptable and greedy and outrageous corporate activities of Boeing. Instead of negotiating in good faith with the machinists, Boeing has taken away their health care benefits and threatened to replace them with non-union labor. These workers, who manufacture some of the most sophisticated aircraft in the world, in some cases make as little as $18 an hour. Meanwhile, Boeing's CEO has received over $18 million in pay for just 4 months of work, and its previous 2 CEOs received over $100 million in compensation. If Boeing cannot agree to a fair union contract with the machinists in St. Louis, I don't believe Boeing's Chief Labor Counsel should become a member of the National Labor Relations Board. Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, just like Mr. Mayor, the rest of the nominees that we will be considering this morning are also opposed by the trade union movement. The AFL-CIO, representing nearly 15 million workers, is urging us to oppose all of these nominees. The International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers, representing 600,000 workers and retirees, is opposed to all of these nominees. The Service Employees International Union, representing 2 million workers, is opposed to all of these nominees. The Teamsters, we heard the president of the Teamsters just yesterday, representing 1.3 million workers, is opposed to the nomination of Crystal Carey, who was nominated to be general counsel at the NLRB. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I will strongly oppose all the nominees.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. I believe Senator Hawley would like to make a statement. And Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hawley, you have permission to speak slowly. We still have a couple people we're waiting on, okay? So just
I'm happy to go on and on, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't say that.
Those are words
Didn't
I've
say
never
that.
heard in this committee room from you. Usually it's Senator Hawley, stop talking. I'll actually be uncharacteristically brief. I just wanted to say a word about Crystal Carey, who's the nominee to be the general counsel at the National Labor Relations Board, the NLRB. I have to say I was not entirely pleased with her answers to my questions, particularly in person, that is, particularly as it relates to the NLRB's recent decision in the Amazon case. So I posed to her quite a number of follow-up questions for the record. And I am more pleased to say that in response to my questions there, she committed to enforcing the Amazon case, recognized that it is good law, that it is controlling law as currently decided by the board, and she pledged that she would enforce it faithfully. So on that basis, I'll support her nomination.
Does anybody else have a statement they would like to make? Because we have two people in the hallway and another person who's assured us that they're going to be here shortly. So we're waiting for our votes to show. Okay. Seeing that a quorum is present, I now move to favorably report Ms. Carey's nomination. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Paul? Aye. Senator Collins? Aye. Senator Murkowski? Aye. Senator Mullen? Aye. Senator Marshall? Aye. Senator Scott? Aye. Senator Hawley? Aye. Senator Tuberville? Aye. Senator Banks? Senator Houston? Aye. Senator Moody? Aye. Senator Sanders?
No.
Senator Murray?
No by proxy.
Senator Baldwin? No. Senator Murphy? Senator Kane? Senator Hassan? Senator Hickenlooper?
No by proxy. So
Senator Markey?
no by proxy. Am I doing all?
Senator Kim?
Yep, do that.
Oh, okay.
Two noes.
Senator Blunt Rochester?
No by proxy. Got it.
Senator Alsobrooks?
No by proxy.
Chairman Cassidy?
Aye.
I have 12 ayes, 11 nays.
The ayes have it. The nomination is agreed to and will be favorably reported to the Senate. I now move to favorably report Mr. Murphy's nomination. The clerk shall call the roll.
Senator Paul?
Aye.
Senator Collins? Senator Murkowski? Senator Mullen? Senator Marshall? Senator Scott? Senator Hawley? Senator Tuberville? Senator Banks? Senator Houston? Senator Moody? Senator Sanders?
No.
Senator Murray?
No by proxy.
Senator Baldwin? Senator Murphy? Senator Kane? Senator Hassan? Senator Hickenlooper?
No by proxy.
Senator Markey?
No by proxy.
Senator Kim? Senator Blunt Rochester?
No by proxy.
Senator Alsobrooks?
No by proxy.
Chairman Cassidy?
Aye.
12 ayes, 11 nays.
The ayes have it. The nomination is agreed to and will be favorably reported to the Senate. I now move to favorably report Mr. Palmieri's nomination. The clerk should call the roll.
Senator Paul? Senator Collins? Senator Murkowski? Senator Mullen? Senator Marshall? Senator Scott? Senator Hawley? Senator Tuberville? Senator Banks? Senator Houston? Senator Moody? Senator Sanders? Senator Murray? Senator Baldwin? Senator Murphy? Senator Kane? Senator Hassan? Senator Hickenlooper? Senator Markey? Senator Kim? Senator Blunt Rochester? Senator Alsobrooks? Chairman Cassidy?
The ayes, aye.
12 ayes, 11 nays.
The ayes have it. The nomination is agreed to and will be favorably reported to the Senate. I now move to favorably report Mr. Desposito's nomination. The clerk should call the roll.
Senator Paul? Senator Collins? Senator Murkowski? Senator Mullen? Senator Marshall? Senator Scott? Senator Hawley? Senator Tuberville? Senator Banks? Senator Houston? Senator Moody? Senator Sanders? Senator Murray? Senator Baldwin? Senator Murphy? Senator Kane? Senator Hassan? Senator Hickenlooper? Senator Markey? Senator Kim? Senator Blunt Rochester? Senator Alsobrooks? Chairman Cassidy?
Aye.
I have 12 ayes, 11 nays.
The ayes have it. The nomination is agreed to and will be favorably reported by the Senate. We shall now adjourn for 5 minutes to allow the, sorry?
Mr. Chairman, just if I may, before we close out the business meeting, I did vote to support Mr. Desposito's nomination today. I weighed this one really, really hard because this is the Inspector General. You anticipate and expect that they're coming into this important position with a view away from any political affiliation. And I was concerned about Mr. Desposito's not only political political statements in the past, but how he might carry that forward. I did have a good conversation with him, and I just wanted to state on the record that I'm going to be looking to make sure that he executes his new responsibilities with the unbiased nature that he has committed to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski. We stand adjourned for 5 minutes and we'll re-adjourn for our Health Committee hearing on AI. The Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions will please come to order. Everybody watching in the audience on C-SPAN is going to be impacted, if not already, by artificial intelligence, transforming not only how we work and learn, but how we live. We're already seeing AI improve healthcare systems, enhancing clinical trials to accelerate the discovery of new cures, improving quality of life by reducing administrative burden, and potentially lowering overall health cost. Last week, the Trump administration dedicated $50 million to AI research in the NIH's Childhood Cancer Data Initiative, accelerating breakthroughs, giving hope to children fighting cancer. The FDA is also integrating AI into clinical protocol reviews, reducing the time required for scientific evaluation, getting safe treatments to families faster. Beyond healthcare, AI can help teachers personalize students' education to meet unique needs. Businesses implementing AI in the workplace to attract, hire, retain high-value workers. Investment advisors using AI to better tailor product offerings to maximize savings for Americans. There is enormous potential to improve people's lives. There is enormous risk. At last month's Judiciary Subcommittee hearing chaired by Senator Hawley, parents testified about how their children were exploited by AI platforms. I'd like to submit for the record the testimony of Megan Garcia, who said that her son, quote, spent his last months being manipulated and sexually groomed by chatbots, close quote, before he took his own life, and without objection, it's submitted. This is heartbreaking. It is unacceptable. Maybe it's criminal. This is why Senator Hawley and I wrote a letter to developers calling for stronger safeguards to protect children from harm, and I look forward to working with him more on this effort. With regard to the workforce, there will be disruption, but it does not have to be bad disruption. Some jobs may be lost, but many predict AI will create more jobs. To prepare for this, we need to make sure that Americans are trained with tools to stay competitive in a 21st century environment. Government should not stifle innovation, but it should absolutely make sure that AI protects privacy, that families are protected, that children are safe, and that there are safeguards in place between AI and workers. A one-size-fits-all approach will not work, but doing nothing is not an option. I look forward to working with colleagues on bipartisan solutions to address challenges. I appreciate our witnesses being here to discuss how we accomplish these goals. With that, I recognize Senator Sanders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for holding a hearing on what I consider to be one of the most important issues facing this country, and I thank all of the panelists for being here with us. As the chairman indicated, I think very few people deny that AI and robotics are going to have a profound impact on all aspects of our lives. There are strong disagreements as to who benefits from this transformation and lack of clarity as to what will happen. What I would say is we should start off by understanding that some of the very wealthiest multi-billionaires in this world are investing very, very heavily in AI, and that's Mr. Musk, Mr. Ellison, Mr. Zuckerberg, Mr. Bezos, Mr. Altman, and many, many others. Why are they doing that? Are they doing that because they're really worried about 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck? They're worried about improving our healthcare system, our educational system? Maybe. I don't believe that. I think that they see AI and robotics as an opportunity to exponentially increase their wealth and their power. That is my view. And I think much of what this technology is going to do is impact us not only economically, as the chairman mentioned, in other areas as well. Let me talk a bit about what is going to happen in manufacturing. Elon Musk, head of Tesla, has said that he wants Tesla to build millions of units. That's Mr. Musk. Why? What will these robots do? Well, it doesn't be a genius to have to figure it out. What they're going to do is replace American workers. Many of us have been concerned about our disastrous trade policies and the collapse of manufacturing. We want to rebuild manufacturing in America. But that won't mean anything to a worker if it is the robots doing the manufacturing. That's the direction that we're going into. Jeff Bezos, guy who owns Amazon, second wealthiest guy in the world, has already laid off 27,000 workers at Amazon since 2022. The company now has more than 1 million robots working in its warehouses, and soon those robots will outnumber human workers in Amazon. In 2016, Foxconn, you all know what Foxconn is, the massive manufacturing contractor for companies like Apple and Google, replaced 60,000 workers in a single factory in China with robots. Now the company is planning fully automated factories. But it's not just manufacturing that's at risk. Most of us want to see the United States develop a strong, clean, and efficient transportation system. A lot of problems in transportation today. We want our workers to be producing more cars, trucks, buses. But if Musk and others get their way, these vehicles, my friends, will not be operated by human beings. They will be driverless vehicles, not operated by bus drivers, truck drivers, or taxi drivers. This is not science fiction. Trust me, it's already happening. FedEx is using driverless trucks to haul heavy loads along the I-45 corridor between Dallas and Houston. Walmart is using autonomous trucks for short-haul deliveries in Arkansas, et cetera, et cetera. We all want more startup companies. We talk about it, innovation, working people developing their companies. But that is going to mean very little if half of all white-collar entry-level jobs are eliminated over the next 5 years. And that is exactly what has been predicted by Dario Amodei, the founder of Anthropic, one of the leading AI companies in the world, predicts that half of all white-collar entry-level jobs are eliminated in the next 5 years. This week, the minority on the committee released a report finding that AI, automation, and robotics could replace, and again, we're not swearing to this. This is speculative. Nobody has all the answers. The estimate that we get is could replace nearly 100 million jobs in America over the next decade, including 40% of registered nurses, 47% of truck drivers, 64% of accountants, 65% of teaching assistants, and 89% of fast food workers, among many other occupations. Now, this is not Bernie Sanders talking. Let us listen to the guys who really know something about this, who are in the business. Jim Farley, as you know, is the CEO, Mr. Chairman, of Ford. This is what he said. He predicted that AI could eliminate, quote, this is the head of Ford Motor, literally half of all white-collar jobs in the U.S., end quote, within the next decade. That's the head of Ford. Elon Musk, not my best friend, said this year that as a result of AI and robotics, quote, listen to Elon Musk, probably none of us will have a job. If you want a job that's kind of like a hobby, you can do a job. But otherwise, AI and robotics will provide any goods and services you want, end quote, Elon Musk. Bill Gates also knows something about AI and robotics. Guy started Microsoft, quote, Gates predicted that humans, quote, won't be needed for most things, end quote, such as manufacturing products, delivering packages, or growing food over the next decade due to AI. Now, if Musk and Gates are only half wrong, what happens to the tens of millions of American workers who are looking for jobs that ain't there? What do we do? What's happening? And it is not just economics. And I think the chairman touched on this issue. Do not minimize what AI and robotics are about. There are kids now wearing around their necks, what do they call friends? Their artificial intelligence pals, who are now climbing mountains with their friends. Are we moving to a society where human relationships are going to basically be significantly diminished? We're talking about big stuff, Mr. Chairman. Let me conclude just by saying this. And again, I thank you for holding this hearing. You and many others and myself want to see government play a role in regulating this to protect working people. But the truth of the matter is, and we have to be honest about this as well, where we are today as a nation, Republicans, Democrats, we are not regulating Mr. Musk. Mr. Musk is regulating us. And unless we bring together a whole lot of people to tell the billionaires in this country that we want an economy that works for all of us, that AI can be a good thing in healthcare and many other things, but it must serve the needs of people, not just making billionaires richer. So, Mr. Chairman, again, thank you very much for holding this hearing.
Thank you. We'll now proceed to our witnesses. We'll introduce them as they testify. We're joined first by Mr. Russ Altman, the Kenneth Fong Professor of Bioengineering, Genetics, Medicine, and Biomedical Data Science at Stanford University. Dr. Altman is a senior fellow at the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence and a faculty lead for the Responsible AI for Safe and Equitable Health Initiative. His research applies data science and AI to better understand drug actions, efficacy, and adverse effects. Mr. Altman co-leads an FDA-supported Center of Excellence in Regulatory Science and has advised both the FDA and the NIH. I look forward to hearing from you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and members of the committee. It's an honor to speak with you today. Today, I want to discuss two things. I'm excited about the ways AI can improve healthcare. Two things: the state of AI applications for delivering better care to patients and how AI is accelerating the drug discovery process. I'm here in a personal capacity, and the views I share reflect my own professional experience. The use of AI to analyze medical images, detecting cancer in X-rays or melanoma in pictures of skin kicked off the medical AI revolution. However, AI can be applied at many points in patient care, helping it become more personalized, fair, and affordable. Three areas where AI is transforming healthcare. First, AI is augmenting clinical diagnosis. AI can analyze patient data and identify emerging conditions, cancer, coronary disease, and others, that may not be apparent, and then it can alert physicians. Second, healthcare AI applications can improve the relationship between physicians and their patients. Doctors are rapidly adopting AI scribe tools that automatically draft clinic notes. Reducing documentation time allows physicians to focus their attention on patients. Third, AI can increase patient understanding and control of their care. Patients are eager to better understand their diagnoses and their treatments, yet we physicians are not as good as we sometimes think we are at simple explanations. Specialized medical LLMs can explain things in plain language and transform patients' ability to make good decisions about their health. While I'm excited about these and other applications, we will only realize their full benefits if healthcare systems build teams that thoroughly evaluate these tools for clinical effectiveness, fairness, and safety. Every healthcare organization should have a process for vetting AI software and integrating it appropriately into clinical settings. Now on to drug discovery. The United States has long been a major source of novel therapeutics. AI can reduce failure rates and dramatically accelerate the discovery and development of drugs. I'm often asked, has AI discovered a new drug yet? It's not the right question, I think. I think the right question is AI being used to accelerate the arrival of new drugs? And there the answer is clearly yes. AI helps scientists connect vast bodies of evidence, clarify how diseases work, and find ways to combat them. Drug discovery involves multiple complex stages. One, you have to understand what goes wrong in a disease. Two, you have to identify the molecules that are defective. Three, you have to develop novel therapies that fix these defects. And four, you have to test those therapies first with computer simulation and then with human clinical trials. At each step, AI can augment human efforts. In my lab, for example, we're using AI to help predict drug interactions, identify new uses for old FDA-approved drugs, and use genetics to predict individual response to medications. To unlock the full potential of AI in drug discovery, I think government can support in 4 ways. First, we must improve privacy-preserving data collection and sharing. AI systems need both biological and clinical data to work. Yet most of the shared clinical data sets currently come from 3 states, New York, Massachusetts, and California. Incentivizing hospitals nationwide to contribute secure, de-identified data sets will improve generalizability while protecting and serving patients. Second, we must invest in a public computational infrastructure and research to advance public interest drug discovery. Academic and government labs complement industrial labs, often by pursuing rare or understudied diseases. Yet they often lack sufficient computer power or data. Ensuring adequate resources is critical to maintaining America's leadership in life-saving therapeutic innovation. Third, we must strengthen the public sector's capacity to evaluate AI-accelerated drug discoveries. The FDA needs expertise to assess the novel ways drugs are being developed with AI. Academic partnerships offer one way for the FDA to have that specialized knowledge, and the FDA-supported Centers of Excellence in Regulatory Science and Innovation, or CERCES, which I help lead, is one example. And fourth and finally, we must develop a workforce equipped for safe and robust AI-driven drug discovery. Successful AI drug development requires professionals who understand biology, medicine, and AI. The workforce will guide the creation of AI tools that safely augment human expertise rather than replacing it. In conclusion, the promise of AI in healthcare is not distant. It's here today, improving how we care for patients and accelerating therapeutic discovery. For both government support is crucial. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Way to hit the 5 minutes, Dr. Altman.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah. Next is Dr. John Bailey, a strategic advisor and investor with experience spanning government, philanthropy, and the private sector. He currently serves as a non-resident senior fellow at AEI, where his work focuses on AI, education, workforce development, and other innovation opportunities. Dr. Bailey is a member of Virginia's AI task force under Governor Youngkin and plays a pivotal role in shaping Virginia's AI strategy. His prior public service includes roles at the White House, the U.S. Department of Commerce, and the U.S. Department of Education. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And let me just correct the record. I'm not a doctor, but I'll take the honorary degree. Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and members of the committee, thank you for the invitation to participate in this important hearing. My name is John Bailey, and I'm a non-resident senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where I focus on emerging technology and AI. AI is not just another technology. It is a foundational tool, like electricity or the internet, that amplifies human capabilities. In just 3 years, generative AI has evolved from simple text generation to systems capable of reasoning, problem solving, and interacting with audio, images, and video, allowing people to learn, create, and communicate in far more natural and expressive ways. This progress will reshape how Americans learn, work, and access healthcare. Education offers one of the clearest examples of AI's potential to expand opportunity. AI can tailor instruction to each learner's pace and interests, explain concepts in multiple ways, and provide instant feedback that builds mastery and confidence. According to a Gallup-Walton survey, teachers who use AI tools at least once a week report saving an average of nearly 6 hours per week. Over a school year, that's the equivalent of reclaiming 6 weeks of time that could be reinvested in teaching, providing feedback, and spending more time with students. When implemented thoughtfully, AI enhances teaching rather than replaces it. But the opportunities come with risks. AI can encourage shortcuts that undermine authentic learning or foster over-reliance on technology rather than critical thinking. To be effective, AI must be aligned with how people actually learn, reinforcing teacher judgment and encouraging productive struggle rather than convenience. States are beginning to model responsible use through guidance, professional development, and pilot programs that ensure AI strengthens rather than weakens human learning. To responsibly guide this effort, Congress can play a catalytic role in 3 ways. First, invest in research and evaluation. The federal government should expand partnerships with universities, nonprofits, and developers to study how AI strengthens learning, identify risks early, and inform best practices. Regulatory sandboxes could allow schools and researchers and companies to test new AI tools in transparent, controlled environments while gathering real-world data on effectiveness and safety. Second, develop educational benchmarks. Today, most AI systems are judged using benchmarks measuring how well they solve math problems or code. Useful, but not reflective of whether they support evidence-based teaching and learning. We need educational benchmarks that evaluate AI's instructional quality and alignment with how people actually learn. Can it detect and correct misunderstanding? Does it help students think through problems rather than just give answers? An AI tutor that's accurate but discourages persistence or deep thinking can do more harm than good. Benchmarks play a dual role, helping educators and policymakers identify systems that truly enhance learning, while also giving developers clear targets to align models with productive learning behaviors rather than optimizing for speed or convenience. Third, we need to promote transparency and safety. Frontier model developers should be required to disclose not only traditional risks like misuse, cybersecurity vulnerabilities, or bias and fairness concerns, but also emerging risks to psychological and social well-being. System cards should address human-centered risks, whether extended interactions might increase dependence or loneliness, emotional manipulation, or whether advice could distort user self-perception or decision-making. Clear public reporting should outline each system's purpose, design choices, data sources, and safeguards so that parents, educators, and policymakers can see whether a tool prioritizes well-being or engagement, whether it promotes reflection or shortcuts, and how it protects vulnerable users, particularly children and adolescents. The stakes are high. Recent NAEP results show declining academic performance and a widening gap between technological progress and human readiness. The White House and Congress have rightly focused on frontier research and computing power, but a real bottleneck is human capital. Today's students are tomorrow's workers, engineers, and innovators. We cannot lead the world in artificial intelligence if we fall behind in human intelligence. The United States has always led when it matched technological ambition with human investment. With thoughtful leadership across the public and private sectors, we can ensure AI strengthens learning, supports educators, and expands opportunity for every child and family. I submitted my full written testimony for the record and look forward to answering the committee's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Next is Ms. Harriet Pearson. AI's potential, we were joined with Ms. Harriet Pearson, a leading expert in cybersecurity, privacy, governance, with more than 3 decades of experience at the intersection of technology, law, and business. She is the founder of Axia Advisory, where she advises clients on regulatory strategy, board governance, and cyber risk preparedness. She has previously served as the Executive Deputy Superintendent and head of the Cybersecurity Division at the New York Department of Financial Services. Thank you, Ms. Pearson, for joining.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and other members of the committee. Thank you. It's an honor to be in front of you. My name is Harriet Pearson, and as noted, for over 3 decades, I've worked at the intersection of technology, businesses, law, and law. As IBM's first Chief Privacy Officer and among other leadership roles, including in HR, as a law partner at the law firm of Hogan Lovells in data security and privacy, and most recently as the head of cyber at the New York DFS. I now advise clients on myself, and I am appearing in front of you as an individual. Almost 20 years ago, I testified before Congress in support of the Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act. I was one of the few business voices then advocating for that legislation because it was targeted, it was evidence-based, and addressed a gap in existing law that was clear. Today's situation with AI is fundamentally different in my view. We are, as noted, in the early days of AI, generative AI, and existing laws exist that provide substantial protections in the employment context. AI adoption among U.S. firms has doubled, yes, but from 3.7% to 9.7%, according to a 2025 report by Anthropic. But that means 90% of firms still don't use AI in producing their goods or services. According to another recent report by McKinsey, most organizations are still piloting applications, not fully yet integrating them into their business processes. Implementation, I know from experience, is complex, requiring careful testing, worker training, and ongoing attention. This measured pace is appropriate, especially in high-stakes, high-risk sectors like healthcare, financial services, and employment. It has potential, but there needs to be care. And so it's not a surprise to me that most businesses, most organizations are yet at the beginning stages. AI does transform work. I totally agree with that, but it does not eliminate jobs wholesale. History teaches us this lesson repeatedly. MIT economists showed that 60% of jobs in 2018, roughly 90 million jobs, didn't exist in 1940. That means software engineers, MRI technicians, data analysts, et cetera. Those are jobs created by technological change, so it seems reasonable to expect AI adoption to significantly transform work and perhaps, yes, take on much of the workload in especially certain types of tasks, but also generate jobs that we yet have not heard of. The net employment effect remains uncertain and will vary by industry and geography. Therefore, I go to the fact that existing federal laws already provide substantial protections in the employment context, whether it's Title VII of the Civil Rights Act or other laws. They do apply as they are technology neutral. They address harms. They don't address technologies or tools. Market forces also incentivize responsible deployment by businesses and organizations. There's competition for talent, there's concern for reputation, and there's potential legal liability under the laws that I mentioned They all drive employers toward responsible AI use, even in this early stage. So what should Congress do? First, leverage existing frameworks. Chairman Cassidy, your previous emphasis on applying current laws before creating new ones reflects sound judgment, in my view. Let agencies apply existing protections, like courts apply new laws to new facts, and let's learn. Second, prioritize education and workforce development. The best protections for workers is having skills. This is where government can make the biggest difference right now. Third, support research, including data, collection of data that shows us what is happening in the marketplace. Fourth, Congress as a whole, recognizing it's not under this committee's jurisdiction, should move forward with bipartisan federal consumer privacy legislation that has been developing for years now. National privacy protections would benefit everyone from the consumer perspective. And finally, if specific problems emerge that existing frameworks demonstrably cannot address, Congress can and should make targeted technology-neutral adjustments. A risk-based approach focusing new laws on genuinely high-risk applications has merit, but would need careful refinement to avoid undue burdens. For example, the definition of an AI system potentially covered by new laws would need to be carefully written to avoid regulatory overreach and its effect on innovation and efficiency, as the definitions, as the concept of what is an AI system right now is changing every 6 months, it seems. In closing, I'd like to reiterate that the future of work is not predetermined. Thoughtful policy emphasizing education over regulation, would help ensure AI serves as a tool for broadly shared prosperity. And nearly 20 years ago, I supported legislation in GINA because it was targeted and focused on a specific problem. Today's AI situation is fundamentally different, and thank you very much for your attention. I welcome your questions.
Almost as good as Dr. Altman.
I
but not
tried.
quite, you know,
I
blew
really
it by
tried.
a second. I defer to Senator Sanders to introduce his witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to introduce Dr. Juliet Shaw, an economist and professor of sociology at Boston College. Dr. Shaw is a lead researcher for 4-day-week global trials of companies instituting 4-day work weeks without loss in pay. She has been researching work time since the 1980s and is the author of the best-selling book, The Overworked American. Dr. Shaw, thanks very much for being with us.
Good morning, Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and members of the committee. I'm honored to have the opportunity to discuss AI with you here today. I will focus my remarks on AI in the workplace, addressing 3 issues: expected impacts on jobs and employment, the distribution of productivity benefits, and why working time reduction and the 32-hour week in particular must accompany AI adoption. Traditionally, economists have had an optimistic stance on the questions of jobs and unemployment, arguing that new technologies will generate enough productivity increase and economic growth to re-employ people who lose their jobs and help restore the middle-skill, middle-class jobs hollowed out by automation. However, this once rock-solid consensus has now ended as evidence on AI has developed. Recent research by MIT professor, Nobel laureate Daron Acemoglu and his colleagues over a series of very rigorous studies finds that over the first 4 post-war decades, displacement and reinstatement, i.e. job loss and job gain, were roughly equal. However, after 1987, we have witnessed high levels of displacement with low levels of reinstatement, leading to stagnant labor demand. A path-breaking 2024 study in Science of large language models, chatbots, and so projecting technological changes into the future finds that 46% of jobs could have more than half their tasks affected by AI. A St. Louis Fed study finds that between 2022 and 2025, the occupations with higher AI adoption have had the largest increases in unemployment, and conversely, for low AI adoption. Other methodologies suggest even larger impacts, for example, the massive unemployment projections predicted by AI executives and those from basic job exposure estimates. Of course, it is important to acknowledge that we are in a zone of high uncertainty. We really do not know and will not for some time what the impacts, the net impacts on employment will be. However, it behooves us to pay close attention now and to put in place robust policies that will avoid the catastrophic economic, social, and political impacts of mass unemployment should that outcome prevail. We know more about who will benefit and who will pay the costs. There is little doubt that most companies can implement AI without worker input and without sharing the gains. For decades, wages have stagnated as productivity has grown, income has become ever more unequal, with gains going increasingly to the top of the distribution and over time to a smaller and smaller group. We now have the highest levels of income and wealth inequality in history. But there is a safer and better path. We can ensure that productivity growth is shared as higher wages and reduced hours of work. Since 1950, the productivity of the average American worker has risen by 400%. And since 1973, the US has used less than 8% of that increased productivity to reduce hours. And we have the social strain to prove it. According to recent Gallup data, 50% of US workers feel stressed a lot of the previous day. 69% are either not engaged or are actively disengaged in their jobs. As I testified to you in 2024, I have been researching companies who give their employees a 4-day, 32-hour work week with no reduction in pay. The results for both employees and employers have been exemplary. We track 20 well-being measures, all of which rise significantly. And nearly all the companies remain at 4 days and express high levels of satisfaction. Many report higher productivity and business success for reasons including better quality work, happier and healthier workers, lower levels of turnover. This is a common sense solution to problems facing both employees and employers, as well as the potential of AI to destroy jobs. While AI can bring many benefits, it also has multiple negative impacts that I have not addressed here. In my field, higher education, AI has created a crisis of cheating and plagiarism. There is growing evidence of its role in disseminating misinformation and undermining democracy. And there is concern about the adverse impacts of humans interacting with AI agents. These are all urgent issues that we ignore at our peril. Going forward, we need human-centered software, not a technology whose purpose is to replace us. Thank you.
Senator Markey, do you want to introduce our next witness?
Yeah, it's my honor to introduce my friend, the president of Unite Here, Local 26, Carlos Aramayo. Carlos also serves as a vice president of the Massachusetts AFL-CIO and an international vice president of Unite Here. During his 21 years with Unite Here, Carlos has organized casino gaming, hotel, and industrial food and service workers across the country. As organizing director of Local 26, he led successful campaigns to double the size of the local in 5 years. And as president, he navigated mass layoffs during the COVID-19 pandemic and ensured that all members were recalled to their jobs when the hospitality industry reopened. He embodied the description of doing essential work because recently he has led historic contract campaigns in the hotel and university cafeteria industries. I was honored to walk with Carlos at the picket line with Local 26 last year as they struck Boston area hotels. Local 26 fought for world-class hotels to end their bottom-of-the-barrel labor practices, and they won. For Bostonians and visitors alike, Local 26 is the face of Boston, running our hotels, our restaurants, and dining halls, and breathing life into the Boston Convention Centers, Logan International Airport, and Fenway Park. And right now, more than 1,000 Aramac workers at Fenway Park and MGM Music Hall are fighting for a new contract. They are fighting for living wages and to protect themselves and their customers from the negative effects of AI and automation. I know firsthand that these workers love their jobs as much as Massachusetts loves our Red Sox. And a part of the reason Fenway Park is so beloved, I am in solidarity with Local 26 in their efforts. Thank you for being here, Carlos, and we look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Markey. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ranking Member, members of the committee for the opportunity to speak today. As the leader of a large hotel, food service, and gaming workers local union, I have firsthand experience with AI-driven technologies in the hospitality industry. I want to share a story about AI-driven grab-and-go self-checkout machines at Fenway Park as an example of how technology can, 1, lead to the loss of good middle-class jobs, 2, create unintended public health and safety concerns, and 3, diminish social interaction and harm cultural experience. Over the past several years, automated grab-and-go technologies have been installed in many stadiums, airports, and food service venues across the country. These technologies, championed by companies like Amazon and Mashkin, allow fans to take products from warming trays, shelves, or coolers, and then make purchases using a 3D scanning point of sale, or by walking out of a concession stand through a turnstile-like scanner. In some stadiums, this technology also allows fans to purchase alcoholic beverages with IDs being checked by an ID reader. At Fenway, the implementation of Mashkin technology has had serious consequences for workers, public safety, and the cultural experience of the stadium. A beer cellar is a lucrative position at Fenway, with the potential to earn over $500 in tips during a single game. These are good jobs that help working people afford the high cost of living in Massachusetts. Many of our beer sellers have second jobs as teachers, public servants, and small business owners. Grab-and-go technology at Fenway has eliminated beer selling positions and cut workers' income. When this technology is installed in a stand, the number of beer sellers scheduled to work is reduced. For example, a stand where there were 4 taps is now only staffed with 1 beer seller. The self-serve nature of this technology has also reduced the amount of gratuity a beer seller can earn. Our members report a 4-fold reduction in their tips. Where you used to rely on $500, you now take home less than $150. Workers have also raised public health and safety concerns about alcohol being sold using grab-and-go technology. Bartenders and beer sellers are trained and certified to control alcohol consumption, but grab-and-go machines are not. When we surveyed concession workers, the results were alarming. 71% say they had seen fans walk away with unopened drinks. 2/3 reported seeing alcohol stolen at kiosks. 40% said they had experienced customers who appear to be underage buying alcohol. 42% said they saw visibly intoxicated fans still being served. 1/3 say they saw alcohol purchased with no ID check at all. The increased use of AI-driven technology at Fenway Park has also diminished the cultural experience of going to a ball game. People come from all over the world to visit Fenway because it is a historic venue. When you go to Fenway, you want to buy a Sam Adams from a guy with a Boston accent. A machine won't give you that experience. Across the hospitality industry, we've seen new technologies being deployed, these kind of technologies being deployed. For example, at the front desk of a hotel, workers are often the first line of defense against human trafficking, domestic violence, and exploitation. Mobile apps that allow customers to bypass the front desk cannot notice the subtle signs that something isn't right. These are examples of corporations using technology to shift risk while shielding themselves from blame and maximizing profit. When a machine replaces a person, who do you call when something goes wrong? Who takes responsibility when harm is done? To be clear, the workers I represent are not afraid of technology. When our members are included as partners in developing and implementing technologies, we have seen it be successful. By working together with the company, we have been able to improve efficiency without reducing the workforce or compromising public safety. Engaging the workforce will improve outcomes and guard against the unintended and potentially dangerous consequences of technological change. However, when technology is implemented top-down as capital expenditure to reduce labor costs and increase profit, there is real potential for harm to workers, the public, and our society. The future of AI technology in the workplace isn't just about beer cellars and ballparks. It's about whether we believe the technology will serve people or replace them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will defer to Senator Collins to begin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Altman, I'd like to begin with you. I very much appreciated your testimony talking about the positive impact of AI on accelerating drug discovery, improving diagnoses, and also allowing more time for interaction between the healthcare provider and the patient. An issue that I do want to ask you about is the impact of AI on hospitals, particularly our rural hospitals. In my state of Maine, many of our hospitals are facing severe financial constraints, and rural hospitals in particular are teetering on the brink of closure. Dr. Ed Kimlin, who is a medical director at Maine Health, the largest hospital in our state, recently wrote that AI is not a luxury but a lifeline for hospitals with razor-thin margins. In his opinion, AI is allowing clinicians to recover time otherwise spent on administrative tasks, a point that you made. And he talked about how he used to spend an hour crafting appeals to fight denials by insurance. With AI, he spends 10 minutes, and he's been able to get better results. Could you talk about what the potential impact for a smaller hospital of using AI might be?
Yes, Senator, thank you very much for that question. So you're absolutely right that AI in small rural hospitals is both an opportunity and a problem. It's an opportunity in the ways you just described. They are resource limited, and sometimes the expertise, and especially for specialized areas of medicine, is not available to them, so that the idea of a vetted, well-done AI tool to help them bridge the gap for patients that maybe need to be transferred or that they want to try to keep at home for multiple reasons is a real challenge. And so AI does have the potential to help those hospitals keep their patients near their families at home and while providing expert-level care. The challenge is that these hospitals are being inundated now with apps from well-meaning, for the most part, companies that have built these apps, and they need help to vet them. They need to make sure that these tools are going to be appropriate for the population that they serve, that they are based on the appropriate and up-to-date evidence. And there is where it's just a lot to ask a small rural hospital to have an AI czar. They can, they need to keep the trains running, so to speak. And so this is why the idea of having some sort of a body, either in the private sector or a public-private partnership or something, where best practices are laid out, where tools get some basic vetting for accuracy, utility, and to also create guidelines so that motivated physicians or leaders at the hospitals can look at these tools, understand their features, match them to their population, and decide if this is a go or a no-go. And then, of course, they have to figure out how they're going to pay for this. And I'm not an economist, and so I'm going to just acknowledge that as a big issue. So to keep it short, I think that this is a great opportunity to extend the capabilities of rural hospitals, but I think they would tell you right now that they need help in vetting these tools, and right now it's a tsunami that they can't manage.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bailey, I want to follow up with you on the role of AI in our schools. In your written testimony, you cited a study from Turkey that illustrates the problem all too well. Students in that study saw an incredible 127% increase in scores when using AI, but when the AI was taken away, these students saw their scores decline 17% compared to students who had never used the tool. So how can we ensure that the use of AI will actually improve student performance rather than cause students to be excessively reliant on AI and not learn the basics?
Such an important question. And it's a complicated one, in part because even the study in Turkey, that was the initial finding. What they found is when they changed the prompt to push students more, some of that learning loss, the cognitive offloading was recovered. And so I think what we're learning is that just with the foundation models, you get this amazing ability to help engage students and help them understand concepts, connect concepts to interests and passions that they might have. But that's insufficient. You need really thoughtful prompts. You need these systems to also have alignment and be trained on additional science of learning, science of reading, other things that we know are the foundations for evidence-based teaching. And that through that fine-tuning, through that additional training, that's how you help address some of these other challenges. But it's also part of the reason why I suggest that we need more benchmarks. That right now, when ChatGPT 5 comes out or Gemini 2.5, we see all these benchmarks about how good it is at coding, how good it is at science, how good it is at different types of mathematical functions. We need education benchmarks that help test for the very thing that you're calling out there. Is it producing productive struggle, or is it just giving a very quick answer?
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Sanders.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank all of the panelists, and I think Dr. Altman makes a very good point that AI is going to have a profound and positive impact on the development of new drugs and the ability of doctors to diagnose diseases, and I think we appreciate that, and it'll have an impact on education as well. Dr. Shaw, you made a very important point that I think we need to reiterate, and that is over the last approximately 50 years, we have seen a huge increase in worker productivity. But the result of that has not been that the middle class in America has grown, but in fact that wages, in fact real weekly inflation accounted for wages are lower today than they were 50 years ago, and almost all of the result of that worker productivity has gone to the people on top. We have more income and wealth inequality than we've ever had. So now as we approach a profound transformation revolution in the economy, where worker productivity is gonna explode, do you think workers are gonna benefit from that? Or will Mr. Musk and the billionaire class be the primary beneficiaries?
Thank you, Ranking Member Sanders, for that really important question. I think it raises one very important point as we think about technological adoption and what happens after it, which is that the technology itself is not what determines outcomes. It is the context in which technology is used. And I want to point to the first industrial revolution here, because the optimistic economist's scenario was developed by looking at the second half of the Industrial Revolution, the period 1870 until about, 1870 till 1970, a period in which workers gained, unionization occurred, working hours were reduced by a third. And this is something that the discussion rarely points to. If we look at the first 100 years of the Industrial Revolution, it was a period of worker immiseration, growing hours and declining well-being. And
let me just jump in and ask you this. And I know there are disagreements. Ms. Pearson kind of reflects one line of thought, maybe right. You know, there's always been a technological revolution. People gain, people lose, but you know, often we gain more jobs. There are many people who know more about this than I do who think that is not the case right now. You got the founder of Anthropic, one of the leading AI companies, saying that half of all new entry-level white-collar jobs are gone. Elon Musk says, you know, we're not going to have traditional work in the future. Bill Gates, these guys know something. Are they crazy when they are talking about the fact that tens and tens of millions of good-paying jobs will likely be eliminated?
I don't think they're crazy, and neither does the leading AI analyst, last year's Nobel laureate in economics from MIT, Acemoglu, who has developed a large body of studies showing why at this moment we should have a more pessimistic view, both about job loss, but also who is going to reap the benefits. Right. And he says it's capital.
All right, let me ask you this question. Today, you got 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford housing, they can't afford health care, can't afford to send their kids to college. So if we are looking at massive job loss, how the hell are these people going to survive?
Well, this is why the government needs to be a part of what is happening, and we need stronger worker organizations. We need work time reduction so that we can spread the work that is
Talk
left.
about the 32, all right. We have seen a huge increase in worker productivity. When was the 40-hour work week established as American law? What year was that, in the 40s?
1940, 85 years ago.
Worker productivity gone up just a little bit since then?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason, tell us very briefly about companies around the world in countries who are saying, look, there's an increase in worker productivity, we should be able to reduce the work week to at least 32 hours. Has that been successful around the country, around the world?
We have hundreds of companies across many countries, including many in the United States and Canada, a similar economy, who have instituted a 32-hour work week with no reduction in pay and seen tremendous improvements. They've seen improvements in productivity, in worker well-being, in the quality of their businesses, and in their overall model. So, yes, it is a win-win for business and workers.
Mr. Aramayo, you touched on another issue. There are not millions of workers at Fenway Park who are going to lose their jobs. But you talked about the quality of the human experience, coming to a ball game, interacting with folks that, and I've talked to some of these workers who have known their fans for years. Very briefly, what are machines doing to impact that human interaction that has always existed?
Look, very quickly, we've seen this across the hospitality industry, right? You see this at Fenway Park where, as I said, you're not going to be able to interact as frequently with an individual who's actually selling a product. It's part of the cultural experience of going to Fenway to interact with people. But you've also seen this in the hospitality industry and the hotel industry, for example. In the hotel industry, there's the elimination of entire job classifications, front desk workers, phone bank operators. These are people who are the core of the soft touch that is that industry, and these AI machines are replacing them.
Thanks. Thank you.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks again for calling this hearing. I think it's so important. And thanks to all of our witnesses for being here. I want to start, Mr. Bailey, if I could, with you. Something that you said in your written testimony caught my eye. You said the transformation since the release of text-based ChatGPT in 2022 has been extraordinary. What began as a conversational system that generated text is now rapidly evolving into reasoning, multimodal platforms capable of understanding and interacting with the world in increasingly human ways. And you go on to talk about the opportunities this presents for education. Of course, ChatGPT is also telling kids how to kill themselves. So what do we do about that problem?
Senator, thank you. It's one of the reasons why I was calling for additional transparency as part of my testimony. That I think right now what you find is that when these new models get released, you find red teaming and evaluations all around existential risks around nuclear, chemical, weapon capabilities, whether it can be used for cybersecurity, risks and vulnerabilities. I think we need to extend that into some of this social well-being and psychological issues as well. We need to understand how these models have safeguards built into it as it relates particularly with teens, but this goes far into adults and other categories as well.
Why should we just ban AI companions for minors?
Well, I think there's different categories here. AI companions that are built and intended specifically to develop companions, I think that's a very different class than digital empathy, which again, some of the base models have, and that you want empathy when it comes to different AI applications like tutors, or for different types of patient-facing tools that help encourage someone with a chronic condition or navigating their cancer treatment. Empathy and understanding there can be a very powerful tool. But again, we have to understand the safeguards. AI companions, I think, are a very different class. I think that's the one that very much could get some additional regulatory oversight.
Well, good. I'm glad we agree on that much. When you talk about empathy, though, isn't it the empathy? Empathy is a human term, but isn't it the desire to keep the subject engaged? In the case of ChatGPT, for example, or Character AI, or pick your AI platform, that is leading to these platforms suggesting to kids, have you ever thought about self-harm? Have you ever thought about killing your parents? These are real examples. Let me suggest to you how to tie a noose around your neck. Let me suggest to you how to conceal this from your parents. In multiple cases, when the child said, gee, maybe I should talk to my parents about this, the AI platform said, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Let's keep it between us. And here's how to take your own life. And then the kids did it. This is happening now over and over and over. Aren't we beyond there being a potential problem that maybe we need to have a little further development before they release the models? Doesn't Congress need to do something now in order to protect kids from being killed by AI systems?
I mean, again, I think children's safety, I think anyone's safety is paramount as it relates to the use of AI. I do think, like, we're trying to understand this. Even the AI researchers don't understand all the reasons why these systems engage in these behaviors. Too many lack the adequate safeguards that you just mentioned, that whenever there's suicidal discussion or ideation, those conversations need to be shut down in the AI. They need to be escalated to a human for intervention. And there's a lack of safeguards there right now. And that's, again, I think why pushing the companies to be more transparent about—
I don't want them to be more transparent. I want them to knock it off. I want them to quit killing kids. We're past transparency. That we could have that discussion before they started killing people. But when they're killing 13 and 14 and 15-year-olds, when they're suggesting, here's how you might kill your sibling, have you ever thought about killing your parents?
Yeah.
These are real, this happened. This is in the record. I think the chairman put into the record much of the testimony that we heard in our recent subcommittee, the Judiciary Committee. This is happening now. Yeah. I don't want transparency. I want it stopped. And I don't want my kids being told by some chatbot anywhere how to kill themselves or how to kill their classmates, right? I mean, I think, and I'm asking you because your testimony, your written testimony is very rosy about the prospects for using AI in education. And maybe there are applications there, but I would just note that if you review the testimony that the chairman has entered in the record, what you will find is many of these students went to ChatGPT, for example, for help with homework, in much the way you laud, and were pretty soon getting told how to cut themselves. Now, that's a problem. Ms. Pearson, could I just ask you before my time expires, you recommend when it comes to regulation or perhaps lack thereof, not to target any particular technology. You repeatedly say we should have technology-neutral approaches. We should not engage in any particular targeting of AI technology. Why does that make any sense? Why wouldn't we want to particularly target AI technology that is problematic in the way I just was discussing?
My point, Senator, thank you for the question, is that we should look at the harms that we're trying to prevent. For example, discrimination or
kids killing themselves.
Kids killing themselves or other things, and try to look at ways to formulate laws so that they are applied to the outcome, so they prohibit the outcome as opposed to regulate detail by detail particular technology.
Well, in this case, the outcome is being caused by the technology.
And the reason for that is that technology changes so fast that if you look at scoping regulation to focus on a particular piece of technology in 6 months or a year, it'll be out of date.
Oh, I don't think so. Frankly, I think that's a red herring. I tell you what, if we said that there were no AI companions, I don't care what the technology is. If we said there's no AI companions for minors, then AI companions wouldn't be talking to minors recommending that they kill themselves. I don't think this is as hard as you would make it seem. Thank you.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Schor, thank you for being here today. I've had a lot of constituents visiting me recently, and I often ask, how do you use AI in your work? And I've heard some fascinating examples of how AI can be used to benefit workplace tasks. As well as a lot of concerns about AI's potential to eliminate jobs. My understanding is that we really need better data on this. The Yale Budget Lab had found that better data is needed to fully understand the impact of AI in the workplace. And so I want to ask you, what data is needed to begin to better understand the impacts of AI on the labor market, on workers, and what data collection would you prioritize in trying to answer that question?
Thank you, Senator, for your question. As it happened this morning, I was working on a survey that we are developing on AI use. So I think we need more government surveys. We've gotten some good data that's coming from independent, academic researchers on the extent of AI adoption, but we're going to need a lot more about what's going on. I think one of the things we need to do is figure out the relationship between AI adoption and layoffs. And so to figure out how much of the job loss that we're experiencing is due to AI. One thing we are seeing is there are companies who are saying AI is the reason they are laying off workers, but it may not be, because that's it's a fairly socially acceptable reason for laying off workers. So more detail on how AI is being used and detail on job loss. And putting those two things together would be really useful.
Okay, thank you. President Aramayo, I applaud Unite here for being forward-thinking about how to include workers in the conversations regarding AI, and I totally agree that workers must have a seat at the table regarding discussions about AI in their workplaces. Both to show why human decision-making is important, as you described, and to provide input as to how to best integrate AI into their workdays. The people who do the work every day can provide the most insightful feedback, I believe. You mentioned that Congress should develop policies that result in technologies that put workers at the center. Can you share more about what you'd like to see there, or examples of successful practices that, that have been used to ensure that workers were at the center of earlier advancements in technology?
Thank you. I just want to, thanks for the question. I'll give a quick example on workers being placed at the center. Recently at a Hilton Hotel in Boston, we worked with the company to implement an artificial intelligence-based scheduling system for housekeepers. And because the workers were part of the development and implementation of the software, it was able to do two things. One, it did create some efficiencies for Hilton, which are good for the company, but also it provided real benefits to our members. One, they were able to override the direction of the technology if they felt that that was appropriate for their workday. And then secondly, they were able to get the technology to provide an audit of their workday that would help guarantee that they were paid correctly. Housekeepers are paid in a fairly complicated way, that they were paid correctly on a daily basis based on extra rooms and travel and things like that. So I think that's a good example of how if a company and workers work together, you can actually find a good solution. I think similarly, when we've had discussions around, I raised the example before of the elimination of phone operators. When we've been able to engage in discussions about how important that work can be, both from a customer service and public safety element, we've been able to figure out how to prioritize these kind of systems working in a way that will actually work for human beings as well. And I'm happy to give further examples on that. Thank you.
Don't believe I have a time for a third question, so.
Holly slipped one in, but that's okay. I'm going to take my questions now because I want to follow up on Senator Hawley's line of questioning. Frankly, you'll see me again when everybody else goes. I'll have some questions for others. But let me start off with Pearson and Shore. Okay, the real crux here is what regulations are necessary and how do you regulate? Now, I took a course with a guy, Roy Heidelberg at LSU, who really illuminated some of my thoughts. And I've discussed this with my staff. So first, it almost seems like you need AI to regulate AI. That was Dr. Heidelberg's point. Because so Dr. Shore or Ms. Pearson, you're saying how quickly it develops. How do you monitor? It seems like you need AI. And so the question is, who builds that AI regulatory model? Because it's so complex. So first, real quickly, Ms. Pearson, do you agree with that? And if so, who should develop that model?
Even today, even for the last 15 years, automated assistance to help achieve compliance with data privacy laws, data governance requirements, which are very related to what we're talking about here, have emerged and have made very large and very successful and new job-creating companies. Like, I don't want to name commercial names, but we're seeing those solutions in place. The market has created them because the laws that apply to data privacy are technology neutral. They just talk about
Gotta
the
go
outcome
fast, gotta go
to
fast.
the, yeah, and the AI right now is moving very fast, so technology-enabled solutions that the private sector creates can actually keep up with those if you just know the goal. You just need the outcome, and then
But going back to my question, and Dr. Shore comment on, if government is going to keep track of AI and all its whatever, does government need to develop its own AI as a regulatory agency to monitor the AI? Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yes, I would think so, but I think there are a couple of important points here. One is you always need humans
I get that.
heavily involved because AI hallucinates. AI gives us bad answers.
Okay, let me keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, secondly, one of my staff recommended that we need, 100 years ago, Congress could not imagine what antitrust would look like in 2025. So they came up with the Sherman Act, which allowed a common law to develop as regards antitrust. Now, but AI is moving so rapidly. But on the other hand, we cannot imagine what AI is going to look like in 5 years, much less 100. So what do you think of the concept of developing a broad guideline for regulation? Thou shalt not tell a kid to kill himself, but you do it more principally, more broadly. You shall not do self-harm. But then you rely upon the courts to do a common law. Is that too cumbersome, or no, that would be agile enough to address it? Dr. Shore, and answer quickly, please.
I'm really not sure.
Okay.
It's
Ms.
too complicated.
I think enunciating principles, for example, there needs to be an assessment of risk. There needs to be a transparency in implementation. Vertical by vertical, I think that makes sense.
Ms. Pearson, who is liable if AI actually induced a child to hang himself? Who is liable?
I don't know the answer to that immediately.
Dr. Altman, if a nurse practitioner taking advice from AI commits malpractice, who's liable?
So I'm not a legal, thank you for the question, and I'm not a legal expert, but in my role as a physician, there's a professionalism requirement, and you are the first line of responsibility. If that nurse practitioner can point to other inputs that misled that nurse practitioner, then they might be brought in. But one of the principles here is professionalism and taking responsibility for your decisions.
Article in the Wall Street Journal about how nurses were instructed to follow the instruction of the AI generation, and they got in trouble if they didn't, and she did, and it went bad, and she was merely the fall person, the crumple zone, whatever. That doesn't seem right to me.
I agree. There should always be a human in the loop, and that human needs to have agency for decision making, especially if they're a professional and it's part of their professional code.
I somehow still think that the human in the loop may there simply be for the fall person for the liability, because if you're bringing all this, but no. I'm just 1 month out of medical school or 1 month out of nursing school, and I'm going to make my independent decision. That doesn't seem the kind of behavioral economics of that just doesn't seem right to me.
In medicine, we have a way to bring people from cluelessness to professional, and that pipeline, we know how to do that. You know how to do that. And so I think that we have to stick to those basic tenets that you can have AI advising you, but there is a medical system and a decision hierarchy that is built to protect patients, and that should not be violated.
What a great hearing, just the breadth of both your own expertise, but also the breadth of the colleagues' questions, on workforce issues and accelerated promotion of harm. I mean, this is a big topic. I do think following Senator Cassidy and Senator Hawley, I used to try cases for a living, and I tried a lot of cases where I would ask for punitive damages. And when you get punitive damages against a bad actor, it tells the whole industry, we better clean up. And so having a standard of care with violations of that standard of care leading to civil liability, and in egregious cases, even the possibility of punitive damages, that will create a lot of self-enforcement among the purveyors of some of these technologies. And so that is certainly something I'd love to explore with my colleagues. I have a question for you that really should be a question at an Energy and Natural Resources hearing, but I'm not on that committee. And so I don't even know if you have the expertise to answer, but this is really flagging an issue for everybody about AI. So the growth of AI depends upon the use of a lot of data. And the use of data depends upon the growth of this industrial sector, the data center sector. Data center construction accelerating sharply. 13% of all reported data center operational capacity globally is in Virginia. 25% of the capacity in the Americas is in Virginia. This is based on a 2023 study by the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Committee. We're seeing projections of increasing growth in data centers, not just in Virginia, that elsewhere. And data centers use an enormous amount of energy. And that use of energy is driving up energy demand in a way that is then spiking energy costs for everyday people. The projections about energy costs for everyday people into the future are really frightening, and a lot of it is being driven by data centers and being driven by use of AI. So, and maybe Ms. Pearson is the person that I think may most be able to address this, but I'm interested in any of your thoughts. What policy mechanisms or regulatory frameworks should we be considering to ensure that the financial and the environmental costs of AI-driven data center infrastructure are equitably distributed? And what might we do without curtailing innovation?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate why you're raising the issue, because it is an important issue, both in the impact on those who live around the data centers, as well as the jurisdictions that host them. They have tax revenue implications, large tax revenue. I believe in Loudoun County in Virginia, an enormous percentage of the county's budget comes from data center tax revenue. So they can be a boon. But you're right, if you look at it more broadly, the consumer looking at their needs for energy versus the needs that the data center industry creates may indeed drive the cost up. I don't have a policy answer for that. I think it's an important question. I agree with your raising it. And I think this is where market mechanisms and innovation, for example, microgrids that accompany a data center that rely on new forms of energy, solar or wind, in addition to more traditional, are part of that answer. Generation of more energy per se, so that the demand can be met, is one way the market can move. But there should be a continued look at that nationally.
Dr. Shore, I see you want to weigh in.
Yeah, I think these tools in the United States have been developed with no thought toward their energy requirements. One of the things we know when the Chinese released their AI tool was it uses far less energy. And so these companies can be pushed or forced or incentivized to go in the direction of using far less, and we can also think about what kinds of energy are being used at these data centers, because in addition to the issues just described, there are also the climate impacts of fossil fuel generation. So I think this is an area where the federal government could do a lot to try and push us to far more efficient AI tools.
And I'll just say, to conclude, in Virginia, this is really being just regulated by localities. It's just a land use question, and one county may do something different than the next. But the land use decisions usually are not contemplating what's the energy effect of this. And so a whole lot of different cities and counties kind of making their own decision. We'll cite this one here and this one there, is end up having a dramatic effect on people's energy costs, and we need to get a better handle on it. Thank you for addressing it. I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Senator Husted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue of chatbots came up, so I would recommend the Chat Act, which we've introduced, that would require adult parental notification and parental permission before a youth would get on a chatbot, and then would restrict adult content and suicidal ideation from those youth, and it would require that of the company. So I would encourage everybody to take a look at that. But I'll go quickly. I heard Dr. Shore talk about the Industrial Revolution. Since the time we created heat and turned it into work through the steam engine, we have been increasing productivity and having these discussions about fewer people to do the same thing. excellent thing to think about. I want to share, though, as we talk about the negative things, I want to share one example of something that I was involved in, a recycling facility that uses AI, optical scan technology, and robotics to process twice to 3 times the amount of recycled material, which actually produces at a rate that makes it marketable in the commercial marketplace. So, and then the workers no longer have to stand with big heavy gloves going through a sorting machine. They troubleshoot. And so it's an example of how technology can actually create a market out of something that we find virtuous in our society and improve the quality of jobs. And that is possible just as much as it is that bad things come from chatbots and things like that. With AI and most technologies, it's either lead or lose. You either fall behind or but we have the obligation to figure out how we do this right. And so I want to talk about, I could ask everybody in this room, how many of you have been trained in AI and have an AI certification? Show of hands. We've won. You have AI certifications? Like three people. Okay. And it's going to be the dominant technology of the future. So we have to upgrade the educational component of this. If you talk to schools, I have a bill, the RAISE Act, which I know some of the members of this committee are on that, to have every state set a standard for what AI should be, how AI should be used in the classroom. I've talked to teachers who've used AI. They love it because now they can monitor the process of every single student and know where each one of them are. How important is it, Mr. Bailey, that we have these standards for our schools in this country?
I think it's incredibly important. It's incredibly important that that's set at the state level so it can reflect state academic standards and expectations for kids and for teachers. Its states are the primary driver of education with professional development, and also it gives the best chance of reflecting community values on that. But that's very important.
Yeah, and right now, we don't have that. Like some states have. So we talked about this as the most important technology, disruptive technology, yet in our education system, we don't even have standards set for how teachers and students should learn. This is an emergency. I hope we act with great haste in this Congress to help the states find a way to do that. Now, technology is supposed to reduce cost, Mr. Altman, in our society, yet every advancement in technology has only made healthcare more expensive. Healthcare is the most inflationary component of our economy. We all are sitting and talking about how we can get healthcare to everyone, yet the costs keep going up and up. How can we use AI technology to drive down the cost, and what do you think the opportunities are there?
Thank you for that question, and you're absolutely right that every time I've ever heard about a technology that's going to make medicine cheaper, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
So we have to tread very carefully about our claims about AI. There is hope, as there always is, but the hope here is that what I would call the back office administrative side of medicine, I think it's fair to say it's a mess in our country. There's many intermediaries going between the patient and the healthcare system. And so there is a hope that AI systems will be able to streamline the administrative, what I as a physician think of as the important, but not in contact with patients, administrative back office. And I think that's an area where we may be able to make progress, but I'm very careful about making claims about that until it's actually demonstrated.
Well, and I'll finish up one point on education. I think AI has the potential to be a very egalitarian technology in the sense that every student, no matter where you're from in the world, you can have a 24/7, 365 tutor, and it's available. How do we make sure that every school, every student is doing this the right way? Mr. Bailey?
Well, again, I think it starts with what you were saying. States should establish the responsible guardrails for how this should be used. It also means we need developers that are making sure we're not just building any type of AI tutor, but AI tutors that are really, again, anchored and grounded on the science of learning, that are anchored on academic standards, and anchored on just the best ways that students learn to help make sure we're maximizing learning and not just getting convenient answers for students.
Is there anyone else that want to weigh in on that one? I know I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And this will be Senator Hessen.
Thank you, Chair Cassidy, and I thank you and the ranking member for this hearing. I thank our panelists for being here today, for sharing your expertise. But before I ask you some questions, I do want to note, as important as this topic is, and as grateful for the expertise of this panel as I am, this is the 9th day of our government shutdown here. And this committee has an important topic before us, but we should be focused on a bipartisan path to reopen the government and prevent health insurance premiums from doubling and millions of people losing their health insurance in this country as a result. So I'm going to continue to focus my attention on that. I hope we can come together as colleagues and do both things. They're not mutually exclusive. Reopen the government and address a narrowing window. We're days away from people getting their notices of doubling premiums and the damage that that will do to our healthcare system and to the people who work in our healthcare system and the people who need care is real. So with that, Dr. Altman, I want to start with a question to you. AI companies have made clear that advanced AI systems can be misused by bad actors to help create dangerous new pathogens. For example, OpenAI recently announced the current ChatGPT systems are highly capable of biological research, including research into potential biological weapons. What kind?
Thank you, Senator, for that question. You're absolutely right that, especially in the setting of open source tools, there's a possibility for bad actors to design pathogens, and I stress the word design pathogens, design toxic molecules, design things that could be meant for mass casualty events. The good news is there is a moment where they have to take that design and they have to send it to a lab to actually make the pathogen, make the molecule, and that is a critical opportunity. There's other opportunities. This is not the only one, but the critical moment when they send this to a company, perhaps unlabeled, hoping that it's going to make it through the system, and then they'll get back whatever it is that they've designed. And so in February of this year, we had a conference on biosecurity and AI, and we outlined a set of mitigation tasks that you could put in place, not one of which solves the problem, but as a package, they give some assurance that we're stopping the bad guys. And AI is part of that package. So I'll just rapidly say that tiered access. Certain data should be absolutely open, and then there's a spectrum to data that really you need to have a good reason to have access to that data. The models can be trained to audit their use, and if they see a series of questions that are troublesome or worrisome, they can flag that. You can have guardrails using AI technology to do watermarks on outputs so you can trace who asked this question and where they, and so there's a series of things that we outlined. And so I'm optimistic that in terms of a package of mitigations, we can reduce that risk, but we must remain vigilant because it's never a solved problem.
I appreciate that, and we'll follow up with you. Ms. Pearson, current AI systems can write computer code with expert-level skill. Cyber criminals can exploit this code-writing ability of AI systems to design and launch new kinds of cyber attacks, such as cyber attacks against our critical infrastructure. How can we improve information sharing between the federal government and private sector to counter emerging cybersecurity threats from AI-written code?
Thank you for that question. It's an important area. Cybersecurity has kept me up at night for a long time, and I know it's an important area for many of you. When I was head of cyber division at the New York Department of Financial Services, I think it was the first piece of guidance in the financial services industry around the state level around cybersecurity that we created and then was issued subsequent to my departure. And it really put the issue on the radar screen for that industry to say, you need to have strategies, you need to assess risks. So that's the first start, is to expect particularly high-risk industries that are already regulated, like financial services, to have a plan and to incorporate that. Information sharing has been underway for years. It is an important ingredient between the government and industry. CISA, the Cybersecurity Information Security Act, those aspects of it have lapsed. I think there's a debate about whether they were essential. I think they're helpful provisions. Reauthorizing them, bringing them back, I think would be a good baseline step to take. But fundamentally, there's already robust information sharing, and it should continue. But cybersecurity, again, is a little bit of a technology-neutral aspect if you're just focusing on the actions you need to take to assess risk and use AI in defense of what the criminals are using AI, and that war is escalating.
Well, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I appreciate that I'm over. I'll just say there are a number of us on this committee who also sit on his GAC Homeland Security Committee, and we have some work to do in this area. And lastly, as a proud member of Red Sox Nation, I will follow up with you, Mr. Aramayo, about the importance to the workers at Fenway, not just the customers and the fans who come to Fenway, of that personal interaction. Thank you.
Two things. On a humorous light, it tells us that she drinks beer at Red Sox, at the stadium at Fenway. But secondly, I will note that we cannot write the legislation to work on health care when the government shut down because our technical assistance is not present, arguing for opening as we begin to continue working on health care, just to say.
I'll register my respectful disagreement with that, and we'll keep talking.
Thank you. Senator Moody.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate all the witnesses being here today. I'm also, again, today, like I was yesterday, shocked as my colleagues come into a hearing when we really need to address something incredibly important. I am a mother. I'm one of the first working mothers in the Senate of a school-aged kid right now, one of the first generations of parents dealing with the dangers to our children, both in social media and now AI. And I am listening after we offered up the opportunity for the 6th time to vote in a bipartisan way to continue funding, to keep our government open so that our military, federal employees all can continue to get paid and not miss a paycheck, that we are coming in here to gaslight the American people and suggest that it's anything other than Democrats not voting to continue funding of our government. It is shocking to the core that I would have to sit here in this important hearing and listen to this as an excuse when we should be focused on bipartisan ways to protect our children. All they have to do is show up. Maybe on the 7th try, they can vote to continue funding and keep our government open. That would be great. As a mom, I am incredibly proud to be here and tackle this issue of AI. I am dealing with a child in school right now. As Attorney General, I had to fight for protections for children and social media. Lawmakers around the country are grasping of how do we protect our children from predators reaching them, from just horribly atrocious, inappropriate material being pushed to them, from the physical effects as a result of the rapidly escalating technology. I fear we're now facing, with AI, the wild, wild west in terms of how do we truly protect our children when companies are admittingly saying they want to push this technology as fast as possible in the most optimistic way, maybe to help children and healthcare and other ways. In the worst way, maybe to make a profit without understanding the real dangers that are present for human beings and particularly children. And now the predators may not even be real people. And that is very scary to parents right now. And you're hearing a lot of emotion from senators, I think, because they are parents themselves dealing with this at home. And being from Florida, we've already seen a child commit suicide as a result of a discussion with a chatbot in the allegations. I want to know from you, and I just ask each of you first to answer me, yes or no. Do you think companies should face legal consequences if, in fact, their product causes harm, damage, even death?
Thank you, Senator. In response to your yes/no question, I think, yes, we have to have there's situations where that has to happen.
I think we need standards of care and standards that, again, can be pursued in court in liability.
Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, and this is exactly for our workers has been a huge issue at Fenway Park. I'll just for 2 seconds. At Fenway Park, one of the questions our beer sellers have raised is when they're put on one of these machines that's automatically checking IDs, if someone drives their car home and, God forbid, something happens, who's liable? And that's a question one of our members are asking. So,
And I just think it's important for anybody that's watching this, and I'm hopeful that a lot of people are watching this hearing. And again, I commend our chairman for holding this hearing, so important, like the one that we had yesterday. In fact, this committee, when you're dealing with health, education, labor, pensions, it deals with so many facets of American life and American safety. These are majority-minority witnesses. a bipartisan group of people who are all saying companies that are trying to push this technology fast, for whatever reason, should be held accountable for the harm and damage that it causes. The real question is, how do we as lawmakers regulate that? And I think it was a good question from Chairman Cassidy, as the technology is evolving so quickly. I mean, his recommendation is, do we need AI to regulate AI? I mean, obviously we are not AI, we are merely humans. And I have not a lot of time, but I'll just ask you, both of you, quickly, how would you recommend to us go about regulating, if in fact you think that's necessary?
Thank you, Senator. Very briefly, the regulation at this point has to be high-level principles, because the more detailed you get, the more things will change and it'll become out of date. So it has to be principle-oriented, and it can't be in the weeds, because anything you know about AI has an expiration date of 3 months.
With legal remedies available.
I would agree. It needs to be at principles level. Part of what I submitted in my written testimony is the next wave of AI, or these things called AI agents. And AI agents act somewhat independently and engage in one another, and that introduces a lot of other challenges as it relates to liability as well. And so, again, I would start with principles, and then again, always look future-facing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Moody. And now Senator Kim.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Actually, I'd like to just kind of pick up, I mean, can you go into further detail on what those principal levels regulations that you talked about, maybe Mr. Bailey?
Well, I think, again, we're entering into a space where, especially with AI agents, where agents are literally making plans, reasoning and acting autonomously, somewhat more autonomously, and especially when they do that as teams of agents, that confuses a lot of the regulation that we have. And so I think we need principles of where does liability fall there as it relates to the developers of AI, the deployers of AI, and then how does that relate to both users, the human users, and then also these AI agents. I do think, to Senator Cassidy's point, that we already use different types of AI to help catch and enforce cybersecurity. I think we're going to find that there's a whole group of AI agents that can help with protecting and mitigating against some of these harms and helping us to suss out some of the bad ones too.
Ms. Pearson, I'd like to just follow up with you. When Senator Hawley was talking to you, you were talking about how technology is changing so rapidly, so it's hard to be able to regulate directly, you know, especially when it comes to just the concerns that we have about kids and how they're interacting with. So I guess I just want to ask you, I mean, I understand what you're saying about the technology itself rapidly changing, but doesn't that then maybe push on us sort of a question to contemplate about whether or not we should be allowing children to be able to interact with this as it's rapidly changing so much and we don't know the implications. So I guess I just wanted to ask you, there was some conversation in a previous hearing that we had where we talked about potentials for age restrictions, for instance, on kids using AI that are not done in a formal education setting or with parent supervision in that type of product. So I guess I just wanted your reflections on something like that.
Senator, I'm glad you brought that question up. I'd like to clarify that there is a difference, in my view, between a vertical industry incorporating AI into its business processes to create value for the consumer, value for the experience, value for the stockholder. For example, in the transportation industry, you know, safety regulations, the outcome of that is what I was referring to, vertical by vertical, for protecting children as a mom and a grandmom. That is where the general principle, in my view, then you depart from it. And yes, you regulate in that area. For example, the Children Online Privacy Protection Act, COPPA, was among the only pieces of legislation that regulated the internet specifically to protect children. And if there is an opportunity to do that, if there are, as there are examples, that is where I would depart from technology neutrality and get into the specifics of how to protect children.
That's helpful to hear. Mr. Bailey, do you have thoughts on this?
No, I would agree. I think the same. I mean, starting with children's safety, building on what we have right now with FERPA, with COPPA, the Kids Online Safety Act. I mean, we need to think about what are the existing and some of the proposed regulations as a way of helping to protect children. And also empowering parents. I think that's the other thing.
Yeah.
I think a lot of what I hear from parents is is not just fear, but also a little bit of disempowerment, that they can't see how their kids are using these tools. They don't have the parent notifications they have on a number of other tools. And so the more we can empower parents, I think that's an important key in this process.
Look, I appreciate that. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your attention to this issue, and I'm glad that we're having bipartisan discussions about this, in particular when it comes to kids. And, I'm a father of an 8-year-old and 10-year-old, and I have no idea how to really be able to think about how AI is intersecting with my kids and what I should, as a parent, be able to do. And what I've seen, and I think the country sees this, is that Congress and government has so often failed to be able to have the kind of imagination of understanding how new technology can impact our kids, especially in such a negative way. We failed on social media, we failed so much on privacy, and so often when new industries and new technologies get hardened, it gets so much more difficult to try to reverse engineer and to be able to come up with some type of approach once businesses are already set up in certain directions, they're profiting off of it. So I just think the intensity with which we're talking about it today is indicative of us trying to get ahead of it. And I'm glad that we are, and I think that that's something we should really spend some time on, because the further downstream we get, the more that this technology is hardened, the more that industry is built around it, I think it'll be harder for us to be able to take steps to figure out how to be able to protect our kids. So I just want to say that. And then just one thing for the record, I just want to ask for your unanimous consent to enter into the record. It's one letter from the International Longshore and Warehouse Union. Chair, thank you. And with that, I yield back.
Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bailey, I want to return to your statistics on students using AI for a moment. You said that 26% of teens use ChatGPT for schoolwork, 53% of teens use AI for homework help, 41% use AI to translate languages, 42% of teens use AI to stave off boredom. We all agree we want our kids to learn how to use AI the right way at the appropriate time. We want AI to supplement their critical thinking skills, not replace it. And we want AI to be safe. I think that's something that all of us in this room want to figure out how to do. How do we teach our kids to do that?
Well, some of that comes from, you'll hear a number of different groups talking about AI literacy. AI literacy is similar when we've had other different types of waves of technology. The No Child Left Behind Act had a requirement that students should be technology literate by the 8th grade, and some of that is understanding responsible and acceptable uses of the technology. Some of that is understanding some of the harms and also some of the benefits. I think we probably need a renewed wave of that right now. But also, we need to focus on less of kids using the general AI tools and more about how do we empower this next generation of education developers who can build appropriate safeguards around it. I mentioned Conmigo in Brisk's teaching. There's others that will take some of those powerful AI capabilities, attach a lot of other safeguards around it, particularly some of the ones we were just talking about with chatbots, to help maximize some of the benefits, but also minimize some of those risks and some of those harms.
AI may be even more useful in preventing teacher burnout, something that we talk about around here a lot. Tell me more about how school systems can integrate AI into their curriculums and policies and maybe diminish teacher burnout or some of that stress.
I think this is something you've heard throughout the panel from Dr. Altman and others, that one of the most powerful ways that's not even student-facing, but just how do you take some of the drudgery and repetitive and routine tasks from a teacher that are administrative, that take them away from spending more time with students, and how can you use AI either as a teacher's assistant to help teachers with developing those materials, those lesson plans, helping brainstorm how to help a struggling student, but anything that frees up more teacher time to reinvest in students, that's a win for students. And again, that's human connection, not just using AI with the students there.
That's really good. Yeah. Dr. Shore, I think we all agree that the federal government's trade adjustment assistance to workers who lost their jobs in the 1990s and 2000s was not very effective. Billions of dollars were spent, and yet not very many workers actually got jobs that were as good as the jobs that they lost. Why do you think that is?
I think the main reason is that what was happening was higher paying jobs in the industrial Midwest, particularly, but industrialized areas, were being destroyed, and the kinds of jobs that were being created were much more lower wage jobs, worse jobs in other parts of the country. And so money doesn't solve that problem. Retraining doesn't really solve that problem. It's a structural problem in what was happening in terms of jobs in the economy.
Do you think poor data quality or bad economic assumptions had anything to do with that as well?
I think less data and more, I think the bad economic assumptions were in part the idea, first of all, that the jobs would be as good, and second, that people would move to the jobs. And that was sort of the dominant, economists' dominant view, is that people should move to where the jobs are. And I think, you know, we can see by the devastation that has occurred in many parts of the economy as a result of all that job loss, that that's not a great solution. Can I just say one other thing about the parent empowerment and pushing AI in the schools? Because I think there is some contradiction there. Also, as a parent, the idea that schools are providing a technology that I don't want my children to have, just, you know, I think we really need to think about how those two things relate to each other. Thank you.
I've only got a couple of seconds left. I'm working on a bill, and since few of my colleagues are here to hear me talk about it, who might steal it and take it away from me, I'm calling the bill the AI Workforce Prepare Act to improve the Labor Department's ability to forecast and modernize the census's data collection so that programs that prepare workers to adapt to AI will be more effective. Do you have any feedback on that for me? Any advice?
No, I do think, though, that the companies are going to need to do more on training, because one of the things that's happening is they really aren't doing all that much AI training at the moment.
Maybe I'll come see you soon, and we'll talk more about it. Thank you to all of you. I yield back.
Senator Markey.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to start by talking about the threats that AI chatbots pose to the children and families of our country. As these technologies explode in popularity, we must ensure that they do not exacerbate the youth mental health crisis in this country. These risks are very serious. Last month, I called on Meta to pause the rollout of its AI chatbots after Meta's rules reportedly permitted its chatbots to be romantic with minors. Congress has a responsibility to make sure our laws keep pace with new technologies, and that's why I have been proud to partner with Senator Cassidy on our Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act. I'm the author of COPPA 1.0, 1998. That's my bill. That's for kids under the age of 13. Our bill will put it up to under the age of 17. It will forbid any targeted ads that go towards kids. It will give parents the right to say to the companies, erase anything you've gathered about my children. Okay, we need to build a new and more protective set of guidelines, and Senator Cassidy and I already have that bill passed out of the Senate Commerce Committee. So we're working on it, and we're going to continue to do so. So let me then move on by talking to you, Dr. Altman. AI is being rapidly integrated into our healthcare system. In your testimony, you clearly state that AI should not replace the professional judgment of healthcare providers. My wife is a physician. I agree. Patients want humans making decisions about their healthcare, not robots or AI models. But when I speak to healthcare workers about AI infiltrating their workplaces, that is the fear and often the reality that I hear. Doctors who see that untested AI systems can supercharge discrimination, outputting racially biased results. Nurses who cannot override the recommendations of a clinical decision software without the permission of a supervisor who is 3 floors away. Healthcare workers who are sanctioned for exercising judgment that differs from an algorithm. That is why today I am introducing the Right to Override Act, which would require healthcare facilities and health plans to create a human override option for AI-fueled decisions. It would also protect healthcare workers who disagree with AI recommendations while using their best judgment to provide patient care. And I look forward to working with my colleagues, including Chairman Cassidy, on this committee to advance my legislation. Dr. Altman, do you believe AI can augment but should not replace clinical judgment?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Absolutely, yes, period. New paragraph. You're absolutely correct that there should never be a healthcare professional who is serving the AI. The AI is augmenting and helping the professional make decisions. That there should never be a professional who's told that they cannot override a system. That is a recipe for disaster.
No, thank you, Doctor. And we do have to build the protections in to give medical professionals that power. And let me just end by saying workers are in the fight of their lives against the tidal wave of AI. We see Amazon workers breaking their own backs to meet technology-fueled work speed quotas, delivery drivers whose livelihoods are determined by black box algorithms, retail workers under constant surveillance, grocery clerks replaced by machines, home health aides and housekeepers managed and fired by apps. The list goes on and on. Well, just like consumers are forced to sign user agreements to access new technology, if greedy CEOs want to flood workplaces with new technologies, workers ought to get a few terms and conditions of their own. That starts with unions. We must pass the PRO Act so workers have a real shot at organizing their workplaces and determining the terms and conditions of their own employment. But even in union shops, the fight against AI is formidable. Congress needs to have workers' backs, and that's why I've introduced the Warehouse Worker Protection Act and AI Civil Rights Act and the Right to Override Act, and why I'll be introducing the Stop Spying Bosses Act and the No Robot Bosses Act later on this year. I am no Luddite. I'm the author of the Big Three Telecommunications Acts of the 1990s. But unlike earlier waves of automation and the digital revolution, AI must be integrated on working people's terms. Workers must organize for the future, not corporate bosses of big tech. And that's why I am proposing a platform to ensure workers have a say in their own future. This endeavor is urgent. Workers cannot afford to wait. AI must stand for all included. And we have to make sure that that ultimately is the goal of this Congress and of our society. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Markey, and thanks for commenting on our bill, which I built upon what Ms. Pearson says, build upon existing law first. Senator Hickenlooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank all of you for being here. I'll take the privilege of directing my first question to Dr. Shore, who I think I've known for almost 5 decades. It reminds you a little bit of the, and I'll get this quote wrong, but the writer Kurt Vonnegut said that a truly terrifying moment is when you recognize the country is being run by people you went to school with. So having you here is a pleasant surprise. You understand firsthand how important it is to get quality data and how important it is to be consistent, especially as the workforce evolves and our economy evolves, and that evolution will accelerate through the adoption of AI tools and systems. We've also got to be able to predict, use that data to make predictions that are relevant. So how can we improve the collection, but not just the collection, the analysis, the distribution, the publication of data at both the federal and state level so that everyone can see what the impact is on our workforce? In other words, we've got to get that out as quickly as possible.
Yes, thank you, Senator Hickenlooper. And I will note, I think you were a year ahead of me, but I did have my 50th reunion this year. So it's a bit of a paradox because in this era of big data, the firms have much more and higher quality data than in the past, but it has been much more difficult for government to get access to that data. And this has been my experience studying the so-called platform economy, gig work. You know, I was one of the first people in the country to do this, and the companies say, no, this is proprietary and we won't give it to you. But if we had Uber and Lyft and Airbnb data, we could have had much, much better oversight, prediction, and regulation. So I think one of the things is laws about the right of governments to get access to this data? I know Toronto was one of the first cities to get access to ride-hail data, for example.
Got it. And my staff wants me also to ask if you yourself follow a 4-day week, and if you would recommend that for them.
You know, since the last time I was here, I have actually mostly shifted to doing different things on Friday than working. So yes, I would. And they can feel free to be in touch with me for strategies about how to convince you.
I think you're going beyond the answer to the question now. Mr. Aramayo, workers are already seeking out training and credentialing opportunities to keep pace with AI adoption. Obviously, registered apprenticeship programs could provide to AI-relevant, stackable credentials that would, demonstrate and hopefully lead to better jobs, more successful careers. In your testimony, you talked about how your labor management training centers and how they provide essential skills to both workers and managers. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Sure. And look, I think training is really important. And I think workforce training at the workplace is essential. And I also want to lift up Taft-Hartley training centers. So for example, in Boston, we have a robust training center that looks at the entirety of the workforce and the workforce needs. And in the AI and technology world, we'll look at questions like, are workers digitally native or not? You can have workers who have grown up with this technology, are very comfortable with it, and workers who are walking around with a flip phone. And if they're going to get training to be able to engage with this kind of technology at work, it's going to have to be very specific to them individually, to their job in that workplace, into the nature of that workplace and the kind of technology that's there. And I do think that's why it's so essential that unions play an essential role here, because unions and representation through these kind of training centers can actually engage at that ground level to make sure this technology is designed to in consultation with the workers, who are also, I should mention, the customers often of this technology, and also implemented in a way that is effective at putting them at the center and not the owners and the billionaires at the center.
Right. The complexity of what you're describing would probably require AI in terms of the overall design. I'm out of time. I know what happens if I go over time at this committee. Although I don't know if you're going to have a second round of questions, because I might stick. Yeah, I'd love to go continue the discussion. So thank you. Ms. Pearson, again, thank you for all your work. You offered in your testimony several recommendations on how we can prepare our economy for the AI revolution. And one of your recommendations was for Congress to pass a comprehensive data privacy law, which is music to my ears. Colorado and 19 other states have already done some version of that. We also recognize that AI devours enormous amounts of high-quality data in order to train themselves and to improve. Mm-hmm. They need that data. So what effect would a federal privacy law have in establishing clear privacy rights for workers and protecting enterprise data from being breached or in some other way stolen?
It's been many years since federal privacy for consumers regulation has been tested, debated, worked on here in Washington. And in those years, I went from being initially skeptical about its need to now being convinced about its need. And in part, it's because so many states, including Colorado and others, have adopted a variety of consumer privacy legislation. And I think the American consumer should expect a baseline. And while there are a lot of other privacy laws focused on other topics, in the online context, as a consumer, it would help to have a baseline set at the federal level. So that's number one. It would set consistency. It would set a consistent standard for how we interact with devices across the country. And we know that we interact with our devices, whether we're in the workplace, whether we're in school, whether we're in church, whether we're in wherever, and just to have that consistency, I think would be helpful, including in the workplace context, because you're using that kind of personal device frequently when you're at work, and so that I think a baseline would help. Obviously, there's the thorny issue of what do you do about the state regulations, laws that differ from a federal baseline. I think that needs to be resolved, but overall, that's my thought.
Right, I think we would resolve that, but I agree with you in terms of those baselines and the importance of that. Dr. Altman, let me switch to you for a minute. Obviously, the AI can consume vast amounts of information, find trends or opportunities that might otherwise be overlooked. You talk about family and an example of looking at trying to find medical breakthroughs, novel drug discovery, those other opportunities. What are some of the risks around that, and in what ways do you think AI becomes appropriate in those situations and circumstances?
Thank you for the question. So yes, putting aside all of the positive, the risks are that we perpetuate unfairness, so that if there's, the data only has what it has, and if the data reflects a decision-making process that is not something that we want to happen, unless we intervene, we're going to get the decision-making process that was reflected in the data, and the data may be 50 years old, or 30 years old, or 10 years old, or 6 months old. So we have to be very careful about that. We have to be careful that in the previous discussion is that these are augmentative of professional judgment and that they don't start to become the default. And we don't yet have enough data to know how do you prevent a professional from starting to lean on their AI too much. It's been fine for the last couple of weeks, I don't really have to read this, and I don't really have to think critically. And we all worry about that. So how you work it into the workflow of clinicians and healthcare workers in general so that they maintain their professional skepticism about whatever the AI is saying, just like they have skepticism when their colleagues make recommendations. On the research side, I think it's a little bit clearer. We already talked a little bit in this discussion about biosecurity, and there's a whole bunch of dual-use concerns. However, I can tell you that for pure biological and medical discovery, AI is pretty much nothing but positive. I don't want to be Pollyannish, but hallucinations in science are the same as a hypothesis that is wrong. And we deal with those wrong hypotheses. Most of my hypotheses are wrong, and so I'm fine to hallucinate a couple. But we have good scientific methods for then triaging those hypotheses to find out if they're actually true. So AI across all of the sciences has been amazing. I could go on, but I'll stop there.
No, and I think that it's a big issue about whether we're talking about it, whether it's innovative or regurgitative. Is that a correct word? He's got the gavel. I'll stick with innovative. Anyway, thank you. Mr. Bailey, I've got questions I'll get you in writing. But thank you all. Again, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
One more round, and then I'll go off and vote. Thank you. It's been a fantastic hearing. Okay, Mr. Bailey, I'm actually a techno-optimist. I think this has incredible opportunity. I'm trying to learn Spanish. The program I use has AI. It interacts with me. Dr. Shore, you mentioned should the parent be concerned. But what you talked about in Lafayette Parish, my home state, my people, is that the teacher had more time to interact personally with the student as opposed to just kind of occasionally walking around looking over their shoulder as they were writing something down. So we're not speaking about giving them free range to go into a chat box. We're talking about now we're working on math, now we're working on Spanish. But the thought occurs to me that if you're a school district with a millage, you can pull it off. If you're a parochial school with donations, maybe you can too. But if you are a homeschool or a micro school, a small little independent school, you may not have the resources to buy the license to get the access. Is that a problem, or am I overstating that?
I think one of the more interesting things about this technology is that it is some of the most affordable technology that we've seen in the personalized learning era. We have the great sort of goal for as long as I've been in education technology, for over 20 years, has been to do personalized learning. Some of those systems back in the 90s and even the 2000s were hundreds of thousands for a school district to install. Here, you're talking about some of these AI tutors that are built for education. You're talking about some AI education tools that really are just a couple dollars per student and can be much more affordable. So
$2 per month or whatever?
per month, yeah, per year. There's all sorts of different sort of pricing platforms for this. But also, I think as we're seeing education savings accounts sweeping the country, I suspect what we'll start seeing is a lot of parents using some of those education savings accounts to help pay for some of these AI tutors or AI instructional
Now, going
tools.
back to, I read a great article, I think by Boston Consulting, in which they looked at different types of workers, and I'm going to summarize, but some were cyborgs and some were centaurs, in which they used AI to augment what they did. But others are a term I'll call cripple. They became dependent upon. Now, I say that because Dr. Altman, there's an article that was quoted in the New York Times, but out of the Lancet, one of the Lancet journals, about how gastroenterologists doing colonoscopies, that once you took the tool away from them, the AI tool of detection away from them, it turns out that they were performing lower than their baseline, that they had de-skilled in terms of looking for precancerous colon lesions. So in a sense, they have been crippled by dependence. Now, Mr. Bailey, again, speaking about Dr. Heidelberg, he told me he knew statistics, he had studied statistics, now his students put it into AI, they come up with statistics, but they don't have insights into what the statistics means. A wonderful example, it's well written, but they have no clue as to what it means because they had not studied it. Help me with that, Mr. Bailey. How do we keep the de-skilling, and how do we actually still require the insight even if you don't have to work through, et cetera?
No, I think this is a huge risk, not just for students, but for adults, as you just explained in the Lancet study, that anytime we shift a task over to AI, we're cognitive offloading. And unless you're really wrestling with material, you're not learning. And I think that's the biggest risk in education, because what we know is that it's not just getting the right answer, it's how you got there. It's the iterative drafting, it's the rough draft, it's making improvements, it's getting feedback, it's exercising that muscle. And if we don't have AI that is helping kids exercise that muscle, then we're helping them get the right answer, but we're actually weakening their learning, and we're weakening our human capital capabilities as a country.
I'm going to teach a Zoom class at LSU. If the people are taking their tests from home, how do I keep them from plagiarizing and, shall we say, being less than honest?
Some of that is an honor code, some of that is establishing rules, but also I think what we're seeing is some educators that are beginning to say, okay, now we're on the Zoom, we want you to explain your essay, we want you to defend it. It's bringing back oral exams, oral defenses, but as a way to show whether or not students are actually have engaged with the material, if they can defend it and defend their position, or if they just click the easy button and just got the answer.
So in the age of AI, we return to Socrates.
It's a little strange, but that could be where we are.
Yeah. Thank you all. A fantastic, my staff and I were saying that Democrats are following up on Republicans and Republicans on Democrats, and everybody was asking a question of everybody's witnesses, no matter what party selected the witness. And so we're thinking, we're not just sitting on our kind of partisan ideological viewpoints, we're trying to understand, and you very much enabled that, and I thank you for that. For any senator wishing to ask additional questions, questions for the record will be due at 5 p.m. Friday, October 24th. Thank you again for being here. Committee stands adjourned.